capable, that's what you are.
Not working. Are you certain that I have the correct plugin? I don't know. You might want to check that out. I'll use this one. Yeah. Okay. Wow. Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. As we are gathered here at the Ocherius Baptist Church in St. Anne, Ocherius, St. Anne, we are very, very glad to have persons here in chapel, and we welcome very specially those persons who are online via the JBU YouTube channel and the Zoom platforms. Welcome to the Parent Forum, Parent Forum 23, organized by the Education Commission of the Jamaica Baptist Union. We welcome all of you very especially, and we are looking forward to a very wonderful day. Before we get into some more introductions and formal welcome, let us commence our time of gathering this morning with a brief devotional. I'm going to be reading from Psalm 46. I'll read Psalm 46, and then we're going to be listening. And if we are able to sing, and I'm quite certain that we can sing, then we will sing the song that will be projected on screen, You Are God Alone. So we commence. Psalm 46. And I'm reading from the New Revised Standard Version. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. Therefore, we will not fear though the earth should change, though the mountains shake in the heart of the sea. Though its waters roar and foam, though the mountains tremble with its tumult, there is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, holy habitation of the Most High. God is in the midst of the city. It shall not be moved. God will help it when the morning dawns. The nations are in uproar. The kingdoms totter. He utters his voice. The earth melts. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. Come, behold the works of the Lord. See what desolations he has brought on the earth. He makes wars cease to the end of the earth. He breaks the bow and shatters the spear. He burns the shields with fire. Be still. Yes, be still and know that I am God. I am exalted among the nations. I am exalted in the earth. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our refuge. The word of the Lord. If we are able to stand, maybe it's do. And we're going to be projecting the song will be played too. So the song will be played, the words will be projected, and I'm asking us if we can sing along and imbibe the words of this song as we prepare for today's encounter.
You are not alone, you are not alone anymore. You are not anything by your. That's just the way it is. By human hands, God did the immortal man. Anything we can do by your plan. That's just the way it is. You are God. Praise will never. You're the only God who's worthy. Everything we can give. You are Unshakable, unstoppable, that's what you are.
Cannot see you, O God, even when there are reflections of your power and presence all about us. We have for too long been enamored with cement and steel and plastic, with small gadgets and great machines, with tall buildings and wide freeways. And we have for too long limited our worship to rituals and words. Lord, we sometimes feel as if we have been cornered and trapped by the unreal and irrelevant. So, God, today, this morning, throughout this event, break into our dark selves, O Lord, and bring us back to the reality of your glory and beauty and majesty in the great mountains that tower over our small achievements, in the exquisite flower and the graceful tree in green hills and sun-bathed plains and thundering surf. Free up our senses, Lord, that we may see and hear and feel and smell the wonders of your word about us. And assure us, Lord, assure us once again that you are God. You are God alone from before time began. We offer these prayers this morning, Lord, in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ, whom you sent to declare in real and clear ways that you are God. Bless our efforts, our endeavors throughout today's parent forum. May what we do, what we say, our interactions, and everything that we do will rise up as an offering to your nostrils. For we pray in the name of Jesus Christ, our Lord, who, when he was on earth, taught us to pray, saying, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name, your kingdom come. Your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For yours is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Be seated, please. Good. Thank you. I trust that somehow we might have been refreshed, refocused, and ready for today's engagement. Welcome again. Welcome to this special Parenting Forum, Parent Forum 2023, organized by the Jamaica Baptist Union Education Commission. My name is Peter Harding. I'm a member of the commission, and I will be your servant today, serving you delicious tastes of goodness, and sometimes it will not be as tasty, but we will do as best as we possibly can to ensure that we are all engaged. Welcome again. We have some special guests. We will spend some time with them in a few short moments. But for those persons who are online and for those persons who are in chapel, we want to make certain that we welcome very especially persons who are here. There are some students who are here and we want to devote some time to them, right? So just stand when I point at you. We've done the rehearsal in a few moments earlier. So you will stand and indicate which school you're from. And we want the persons who are online. There are several schools that we have contacted and we are hoping that they are also online. So please plug in the school that you're from, whether it is Breakout Hill up in the hills, or Victoria in St. Catherine, or Calabar High or Calabar Junior and Primary School in Kingston or Skibo in Portland. Okay, so let's have the introductions now as we invite the ladies in the front to stand, turn around, and just shout out which school you're from. Good. Westwood is here. Welcome. Put your hands together for Westwood. Okay, and then we have just behind Westwood, we have young Nyla from Liberty Prep. And then we have just behind them some other students. They will introduce themselves. Yes, go. Okay, good. York Castle is in the house. Welcome, York Castle. And then behind York Castle, we have okay, good. William Nib is in the house. Welcome, William Nib. And then we suspect that we have perhaps some a principal or principals are here too. Please stand, indicate which school you're from. Okay, Mrs. Morel from Skibo in Portland. Are there any other principals in the house? Right. And we were going to be singling them out later on, but thank you very much, Mr. Wright. Welcome. Anyone else? Any representing any school that is near or far or part? We want, again, those persons who are online, plug in which school you're from so we can know, and we will identify and make certain that we welcome you, especially as we progress through the events today. Again, welcome very specially, and do have a wonderful day. I want to now invite Mr. Sheldon O'Connor. He will now come and present a message from the Jamaica Baptist Union. Mr. O'Connor.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. And I'm from the Calabar High School, the best high school in Jamaica. Clap me now. All right, that's debatable, but I stand by it. So, as was said before, my name is Sheldon O'Connor. I'm the program officer of the Jamaica Baptist Union. And it's my responsibility to bring you greetings, first of all, on behalf of our president, the Reverend Glenroy Layla, and our general secretary, Reverend Merlin Hyde Riley, both of whom are unavoidably absent. They're actually off the island at the moment at another activity. But this is something that is near and dear to their heart, and so they send their greetings. I also bring greetings on behalf of a whole list of commissions and committees that I'm a part of, that this event is dear to. The youth group within our denomination, the parent commission, the family life commission, and by extension, many others. Now, one of the things that we want to say, and I hope you will agree with me, is that in Jamaica, we are having a crisis. True? If you just look at the news, what is happening, we're having a crisis. And one of the things that amazes me about what is happening in our island is that unlike other countries that are at war, where you have different tribes and different groups, when I listen to the news, a lot of what I hear is violence in homes, violence in families, people fighting over deadlift, cousins fighting, brothers fighting, sisters fighting. And so we believe that it is very important for us to do some critical intervention to stem some of these things. One of the things we also believe is that the best place to start this, yes, the church is good, yes, the school is good, other institutions are great, but the home is probably the most important institution for correcting the issues that our nation is currently going through. And so as a union, we stand behind activities like these, and we want to partner with anybody else that is willing to work to see how it is that we can get the message that it's what happens in the home. It's the home. Home is where you spend more time than anywhere else. That is the primary agent of socialization. Everything happens in the home. And so as a union, we're going to be working very hard to do that. I pray that we will have a lot more persons. For those of you who are online, if you are nearby in the area, we have a lot of empty seats. You still have space, you can come and join. I know that there are persons who may be on their way, and the beautiful thing about the technology is that some persons can be traveling too and they can still join. But for those of you online, we have a lot more empty seats here for you. Come down. We hope to have a good day. So I pray that today, each of us will leave with something that we can take home. And when we take that home, it will improve not just the union or the schools that we're a part of, but Jamaica land we love. Amen? Amen? Big up Calabar all the time.
We can't escape the school thing at all. We can't escape it at all. Thank you very much, Mr. Sheldon O'Connor, the program coordinator at the Jamaica Baptist Union. And now, as per your program, thank you very much. Well, when you are challenged technically, you do all kinds of things. Right, so let's continue. We want to now put the forum that we're going to be having today into context. And so we have Mr. Ratcliffe Gordon. He's not here, but we have him online, but the technology is able to do wonders. So we're going to have Mr. Ratcliffe Gordon, a member of the commission. He will put the forum in context, and we will hear him momentarily. And right after he's through, we will receive a presentation from young Nyla, who introduced herself earlier, and she will come and do a presentation. Parents can be so confusing. Nyla Phipps. Can you imagine it? Parents can be so, and there seems to be the S is a big S. So there is an emphasis there. So confusing. But let's listen to what Nyla has to say a little later on. But right now, let's tune in and hear Mr. Gordon as he sets the context for our presentation. Mr. Gordon.
Good morning, presenters. Good morning, educators in general. Good morning, parents and other stakeholders. Those who are physically present, those who are joining us online. I am Radcliffe Gordon, a member of the Jamaica Baptist Union Education Commission. We are gathered here today because there is the need to look at how we grow our children. This parent forum originates out of the need that is seen to assist parents, educators, adults in general, to help our children to develop well. Back in the days, community living was a given. People lived in communities for safety, security, socialization, and shared resources. The phrase we're accustomed to, "It takes a village to raise a child," originates from an African proverb, and it conveys the message that it takes many people, the village, to provide a safe, healthy environment for children, where children are given the security they need to develop and flourish. And children's welfare is paramount. These were taken into consideration so that our children would be able to realize their dreams. What do we see in Jamaica today? We see a society in which every man for himself, every woman for herself. Gone are the days when children in the community was everybody's business. And so I remember in my own community and my own situation, any adult could correct you, and if needs be, reprimand you if you were going out of line. Today, it is not so. Each person seemed to be looking out only for his child or her child. This results in some of the mayhem we are experiencing in society today. For example, we're destroying our children. Think about the many children who have been abused physically, socially, emotionally, sexually. And so often, adults see and know what is happening to our children. But the attitude is, it's not my business, for it's not my child. The Jamaica Baptist Union, our beloved denomination, through its Education Commission, thinks that something should be done on our part to seek to assist parents, caregivers, educators, and the community at large to get back to the days when everybody's child is my child. As a result, this forum is planned to assist with this. You talk to people in the community, and people will tell you that there are reasons why the interest that was taken in children's upbringing in the past is not the same today. I remember I worked at a school, and the behavior of a particular girl came to my attention. When the mother was called to be informed what's happening with the daughter, she got upset and said to me, "Teacher, tell them not to watch me picnic. If they want something to watch, then go watch television." And sometimes people will tell you, these are the things why we don't go into people's business. These are the things why we leave children alone, because parents do not take it in the way it was meant to be. So one, some parents, people, adults of goodwill who would want to help children, are afraid that they might be attacked by parents. Yet there are those of us who are selfish and just think of our children. We need to be our brothers and our sisters' keeper. And so our Education Commission has started to have these gatherings where we can assist parents or encourage parents to go back to those days when everybody's child was my child and my child was everybody's child. We have here today some experts who I believe will be able to assist us, and we'll see how they can get through to all of us in this nation to take on the task of our children's upbringing. Children are very, very important. So important that Jesus himself in Mark 10 rebuked his disciples who thought that children were not supposed to be a part of what was happening in Jesus' ministry and were stopping them. Jesus said to them, leave them, suffer the children to come to me, for the kingdom of heaven belongs to them. Jamaicans, parents, teachers, well-wishers, all of us who are adults, let's take the development of our children serious. But God expects us, it's a responsibility given to all of us adults to watch over, to look over, to ensure that the community see to the realization of the dreams of our children. We don't have to abuse them. We can lovingly call a child we see stepping out of line and say, my son, my daughter, my friend, whatever we want to call them, you are going the wrong way. You're heading the wrong path. This is not the path for you. I sincerely hope and trust that this forum will provide the avenue where this nation will come back to the place where our children are very, very important to us, and that each of us will play our part, be it through the school, through our churches, in our community groups, wherever, to point our children the way we go. So today, there's a question for us to answer. Fiction or fact, it takes a village to raise a child. When we come to the point where we understand that each of us has a part to play in the development of our children, and in seeing to it that our children get the best that we have to offer to realize their dreams, society in which we live will become a better place. I have a personal thought that I always share where children are concerned. And that is, tomorrow, when I knock on a door to enter, for some service or the other, it is one of these children that we will see. I think it is one of our artists who says, be careful how you treat my little sister, for she might be the next prime minister. Be careful how you treat my daughter, because she might be your next doctor. These children today will be our leaders tomorrow if we live long enough. They will be our service providers. And so what we do for them will come back to us tomorrow. I sincerely hope and pray that this forum and others that we are expected to have will cause us to think twice as we make our contribution in our children's development. Ladies and gentlemen, make the best of this forum, and I trust that we will see the results in days to come. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Gordon.
Parents are so confusing. I don't understand them at all. As children, we try to obey them, but it's not easy at all. Sometimes when we are playing, they scream, "There's too much noise, tone down." But when we are quiet, they're worried. They're convinced that something is wrong. "Answer me. I'm speaking to you," are words they often say. But take it from me, those words you never try to obey. Because if you only try to answer, then you'll hear, "Hush up your mouth. You're too rude. Don't you dare." When you break your mother's precious glass, then you'll hear, "You're too clumsy." But when they break a glass, then they'll say, "Oh, it was an accident, honey." Sometimes when I cry, I'm told that I'm too big to act like that. But when I want to wear a fancy dress, then they say, "You think so you're big? You can't wear that." Parents are so confusing. I don't understand them at all. As children, we try to obey them, but take it from me. Trust me, it's not easy at all.
Thank you very much, Nyla. And Nyla has gotten the ball rolling. She has set the pace and so forth. She has staked the claim. And so our panelists, who will be introduced later on, will in fact help us to unpack some of what Nyla has raised in her presentation. Thank you very much, Nyla Phipps from Liberty Prep, Tower Isle. God bless you. Okay, we now invite the, let me just now invite Miss Edith Smith. Miss Edith Smith to come now and to introduce the panelists. But before she comes, before Miss Edith comes, I want you just to note that there is a greeting from the chair of the Education Commission in your program. So please note it. We welcome you, Madam Chair. Dr. Allen is right here in our midst. Thank you very much for coming and for your leadership of the commission. Please read the message, and she might perhaps want to make some comments at some later point during the presentation or during the day's proceedings. But without further ado, we invite Ms. Edith Smith to come now and to introduce the panelists, and then we will proceed to the panel presentation, the first of the two significant points for today. Ms. Smith.
Good morning, everyone gathered here in the chapel, and to those who are online, welcome. It is my pleasure to introduce to you today's presenters who come from a variety of backgrounds and expertise, and we look forward to hearing from them. The first person I'll introduce is Ms. Kezia Carr. She's a highly qualified professional with a coveted track record of excellence. She's an astute networker and collaborator who has shown mastery in building and leveraging her social capital for positive impact. She has earned respect in the education sector, having now served for 28 years. Her skills are effectively demonstrated in her current position as Chief Executive Officer of the National Parenting Support Commission, a body corporate and agency of the Ministry of Education and Youth. As the Chief Executive Officer of the agency, she has a broad scope of responsibilities to include setting the strategic direction for the entity. Ms. Carr leads the implementation of the National Planning Support Policy through country-wide coordination of service providers to parents for the development of effective parenting skills. Ms. Carr is also positioned as a member of the Ministry of Education and Youth Executive Management Team. In this wider role, she works with the team to provide oversight and leadership for the central ministry, comprising over 1,000 public, primary, and high schools, the early childhood sector, the tertiary sector, as well as the 15 agencies. Her work includes policy development for legislative reform for the Ministry of Education and Youth and other government of Jamaica ministries and agencies. Ms. Carr has been part of several policy dialogues with CARICOM member states for the development of the region's education systems. She has held several positions in the private and public education sectors, and she played an integral role in the government of Jamaica's education system transformation program, having had specific responsibilities for special education and service provision for a more inclusive education system. Ms. Carr's capacity building skills have been demonstrated through her work with middle managers, principals, and teachers, placing emphasis on standards and accountability systems. She has a commitment to social and cultural responsiveness and devotes time to serve as board director of other government agencies and myriad national committees and councils. This includes the National Gender Advisory Council. She has been on PAHO committees for matters related to sexual reproductive health. She's also a member of the WHO Parenting Guidelines Development Group. Ms. Carr is sustained by her growth-minded and prides herself as a lifelong learner. She holds a Master of Arts degree in Education, Administration, and Supervision, and a Bachelor of Arts in Special Education, having studied at Western Carolina University. She also completed a range of courses at Virginia State University, Nova Southeastern University, and Stanford University. Her latest research is in public policy and leadership. Ms. Carr is a champion of children's rights, an advocate for social inclusion, volunteerism, and school and community development. She's also a motivational speaker and a strong believer in the possibilities and greatness of all human beings. She has one child, a son, who she believes is her greatest teacher. She enjoys long leisurely drives, word games, and quality time with family and friends. It is my pleasure to introduce to you Ms. Kezia Carr. Ms. Carr, will you join us here at the table? The next person I wish to introduce is Mr. Laverne Wright. He grew up in Trelawney, attended William Knibb Memorial High School in Trelawney, and also attended Michael College and studied English and history. His background includes literatures in English, linguistics, and philosophy at UWI, University of Alberta, a master's in secondary education with focus on curriculum studies and critical pedagogy. He served at Albertown High School and Churches Teachers Colleges as a teacher, lecturer of English and linguistics, respectively. He's worked as principal of Alston High, Troy High, Rosses High, and at present serves as William Knibb Memorial High School. He has served over 30 years in education, having left Michael in 1991, with 18 of those years as a secondary school principal. At present, Mr. Wright serves as chairman of ISA's Da Costa Cup Football Committee and a member of the examining committee for CXC English B. He's president of Jamaica Association of Principals of Secondary Schools, where previously served as vice president and PRO. He's chairman, board of management of Southern Trelawney Environmental Agency. He enjoys simple, humble, and happy company and loves healthy discussions and debates on any issue. Unapologetic in the defense of social justice and teaching values. Again, it's my pleasure to welcome to the podium Mr. Laverne Wright, the principal of William Knibb Memorial High School Our third panelist is Carolyn Diane Stewart. Ms. Stewart has been employed with the Child Protection and Family Services Agency since 2005. Her current position is Regional Director for the Northeast region. As such, she provides oversight for operations in the parishes of St. Mary, St. Anne, and Portland. Prior to her appointment with CPFSA, Mrs. Stewart spent 10 years working as an educator with the Ministry of Education. Ms. Stewart is the proud mother of 2 handsome sons and an adorable daughter. Ms. Carolyn Stewart is an esteemed Shortwoodite. She obtained a diploma in primary education with a focus on advanced reading at this institution. She continued her education at the University of the West Indies, where she read for her bachelor's in education. She walked away with first-class honors, majoring in managing learning difficulties. She's also a recipient of the University of the West Indies Leadership Award. Ms. Stewart completed her master's degree at the University of the West Indies in education, her focus this time being educational psychology. Ms. Stewart also pursued a postgraduate diploma at the Management Institute of National Development in public sector senior management. She has training in a wealth of areas to include supervisory management, leadership, play therapy, media, and communication, among others. Ms. Carolyn Stewart is the member of the Lions Club, and she served in numerous positions, including that of president. She's driven by her genuine love for people, but is specifically drawn to the youth. She's an advocate for their social welfare and holistic growth and development. Please help me welcome to the podium, Ms. Carolyn Diane Stewart.
Thank you very much, Ms. Smith, for those enlightening, extensive introductions for the panelists. Now, we want to proceed along a certain line, but let me just before that, just clear some housekeeping matters. We want to welcome online too, about 80 or so persons on the YouTube channel and on the Zoom link. So we have about close to 100 persons who are watching and monitoring what we are doing here. They will participate in the forum a little later. We want to welcome Grace from Ferncourt, Amoy from Dentil, and Nestlin from Prospect Primary. So we have a Jamaican audience in our midst. Eh? So let's go. Now, what do we want to do this morning with the panelists? We want the panelists to do 3 things. One, they will present a preliminary statement, right? They will just say from their own perspective what they understand the theme to be saying. Parent, fact or fiction, it takes a village to raise a child. They will make their opening remarks. And then in the second section, we will pose some questions, and you may have questions that you want to pose at them. Send them to me, or you can raise your hands or send them in the chat so we can put it to the panelists. And then afterwards, they will present their final statements. Okay, we are clear. So let's go in the order in which they were introduced. So we will hear first from Ms. Kesia Carr, then from Mr. Lindburn Wright, and finally from Ms. Carleen Stewart. Opening batswoman statement. No, you can sit right here. And there. And the panelists have let's go for about 3 minutes. Would that be okay? 3 minutes, 3 minutes each, and then we take it from there.
Thank you, Reverend Harding, moderator. Good morning, everybody, those in the audience here and those online. I want to start by introducing the National Parenting Support Commission, just to say a little about what we do, who we are, and then I'll make a statement pertaining to the theme, fact or fiction. takes a village to raise a child. The National Parenting Support Commission is an agency of the Ministry of Education and Youth. And we were indeed, I noticed in the chair's greeting, it is there, we were indeed established based on an act of parliament that was passed in 2012. And we have been established to implement the National Parenting Support Policy that was introduced to the system in 2011, the previous year. The policy has 5 goals, and I believe that we're still grappling with goal number 1, because goal number 1 says all Jamaicans make wise choices about becoming parents and make parenting a priority. Goal 2 talks about parents must love and protect their children. Goal 3 says we must use positive practices in parenting. Goal 4 says there's an enabling framework that must exist to support parents. And goal 5, and I have to remember that one in particular for today, is that we must communicate to the public in a way that they'll understand. So these are the policy goals. The Ministry of Education and Youth and the National Parenting Support Commission saw it fit to support parents through this policy. We understand all too well that parenting really is a complex undertaking. And in order to do well, there are a complex set of skills that you must develop that lead to effective parenting. In order to develop these skills, it means that the entire village has to come together, because the village is resource rich. There are entities in the village like schools that have a lot of information that can support parents. There are entities in the villages called churches that have a lot of resources and put on fora like the one we're engaged in today to talk about and share information related to parenting. There are other experts in the village. And we believe, should we pool all these resources, then parents can be supported on their journey, because effective parenting really requires different skill sets that are applied to the different ages and stages of a child's development. So the more you are tooled as a parent, the better able you will be to ensure you're carrying out this role effectively. We have a preoccupation with effective parenting, and we define it along a few elements. We talk about nurturance. And nurturance, when we say nurturance, what comes to mind readily, we talk about love. But love is defined through many, many ways. Love itself is complex. There's so many layers to love. We talk about ensuring that the health and well-being of your children are taken care of. We talk about raising them along the lines of good morals and values, because it's the best demonstration of love. We talk about ensuring that your children have access to resources, because that's a demonstration of love. And then we talk about structure. And structure really is what promotes discipline, because there really is no effective parenting without discipline. And discipline ought not to be confused with draconian measures where we're striking children or we're using words that will affect their sense of self and their sense of belonging, in so much that they want to leave the household to find the sense of belonging in antisocial spaces. We talk about ensuring that you communicate your expectations as parents and that you set boundaries and ensure those boundaries are explained. But more importantly, we expect that parents will model the expectations. It's going to be a difficult conversation when you're saying to your children, we expect you to act in a particular way along the lines of what we have within the household as a consensus on good values and attitudes. But parents display the very opposite in front of their children. It's going to be difficult for you to say, you must be neighborly, you must be friendly, you must be polite. But when you get up every day, you don't speak to your neighbors and you talk about your neighbors in disparaging ways. It is confusing to children. So when we talk about structure, we're talking about those things that you promote in the house that will enable the development along the lines of what we believe our citizens should be displaying. And then there's recognition. You're recognizing your child as a human being, that the child is a person. I am of the opinion that in Jamaica, we don't like children. Yes, it's hard to listen to, it's hard to hear, but it's true. And all you have to do is see how our children are treated in the taxis or when they go to purchase food or where they have to queue, they're in any line, how people shove and push them out and how they're treated and the things we say to them. And so we have to recognize that they're people too. And the village must take responsibility for them. The village must recognize that as people, they deserve to be respected and cared for. And they deserve to be treated in a way that does not affect their dignity and their sense of self. And then there's empowerment. So having recognized that they're people too, the village must do what it needs to do to empower them. Children have gifts. They have natural propensities. Children have talents. They have interests. And sometimes the conundrum is created because their interests are not the interests that the parents think they should have. Because parents want their children to be doctors and lawyers, nothing else. You're not a doctor, you're not a lawyer. You have faith. But what about if your child has an interest and natural gifts in music and could be an awesome musician or in any other art form? Or they have gifts that align to business, so they could be great entrepreneurs. We have to recognize them that if God created them as created us as adults, then God created them with gifts and talents and interests and uniquenesses, and we have to honor and celebrate those with them. So we talk about ensuring that they're empowered along these lines. And the village has to come together to support the parent in that journey. Because if you want to be effective in parenting, it takes a lot of effort consistently. There is no one who is going to be effective in parenting who could really reasonably say that parenting is easy. It's not. It's very difficult. And it's constant adjusting. Let's face it, the way you parent a baby is going to be very different from the way you parent a teenager. Very, very different. And so you have to develop these skill sets as you go along. You have to be open also to learn the skills because parenting is a discipline. And it must be recognized as such. And with any discipline, it takes skill building over time. We have in Jamaica over 40 years of research in this discipline. We have a lot of information. What we grapple with at the commission is not that we don't have the resources or the information to share with parents and to train. What we grapple with is the interest that parents are not displaying to ensure they're not only learning, but they're developing the skills so they can be more effective. I liked the remarks that Rev made, and I listened very carefully to the person who was online. There is a correlation right now between ineffective parenting and the atrocities that we're seeing in Jamaica. There is. The Social Development Commission has good research that said that ineffective parenting, or as they call it, poor parenting, we prefer ineffective parenting, is one of the drivers of crime. And if we're recognizing that, then it's time for the entire village to come together to understand that when we pull together and when we have consensus as to who do we want our citizens to be, what do we want our citizens to display, that it really starts from the home in training our children. And training doesn't mean they won't get an opportunity to err. That's not what training is. Training is an opportunity to err, but you're there to guide and to pick them up as they're erring. So that at the end of the day, we can all have the Jamaica that we want. I know I've been long-winded. I'm sure 3 minutes ended, but this is an area of interest clearly. And as the face of parents for Jamaica, then I have a lot to say. I look forward to the discussion. Thank you so much.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I got some instructions in a letter that I got, and I don't know how to pitch it now, but I'll try. I'm not, maybe when I'm done, you're not going to feel so comfortable about some of the things, because it takes a village to raise a child has caused me to think about what is our village? What really is our village? And when you think about what our village is, if it is about the social context that Jamaica represents, really it takes that village to raise our child. We want that village to raise our child. I think for most parents, when your child is at home with you, you feel so comfortable. You're so traumatized when the child has to go out in that village. Is it that village we want to raise our child? And so we can decide to be idealistic about it, or we can decide to be realistic about it. And we can wonder if it is that our village is the nature of our politics. Is it that we want to raise our child? If it's the nature of how our education system or how our schools are organized in terms of the kind of apartheid system it is that the village we want our children to be raised in? Is it, if our village is one that says prosperity, money, materialism over values, is that the village we want to raise our child? And I think those are the kinds of questions that we have to ask. If it is that we're going to get some serious answers as to how we leave here today about how we make this place better for our children. Because the context of a village is first an important thing before we decide on whether or not we agree that the village is what we want to raise our child. And what we have to ask ourselves is whether the moral village of Jamaica, the social village of Jamaica, the physical village of Jamaica is such that that is where and what we want to raise our child. I know of the view that, boy, we have to take out the positives. But I also think we have to understand that life is about those things. And really what is happening, one of the things I thought of is when I went to William Nib, I went from in the hills. And the bus driver who took me, right? I had to travel maybe 30, 40 miles to school. But the bus driver who took me, we shared books. Are those the bus drivers that exist now? Right? And I'm not saying they're all like that. There may be somebody's finding a wonderful person like that. The point I'm making is that if it is that we're going to leave the village to raise our child, that is maybe where parenting has a problem. Because sometimes when that is said, and many of us take it in its street context, it may be that we're leaving our child to forces that are going to be inimical to their growth and development. And we've got to be careful about that. Just some things to think about. It doesn't mean that some of the things that are said I agree or disagree with. The point I'm making is that we've got to look at this mood or look at this from many different perspectives. Many different perspectives. And the final point I'll make, if we don't decide, right? I always say there's a book I read, Improving the School One Student at a Time. And one of the things that it says that our children are like cars with very fast engines without any brakes. And it is we as a society and our moral values that have to put some brakes on those children. It's kind of the same thing for society too. What we have done in our society is that we are now in the world chasing prosperity and profit without any kind of moral purpose. So we have no direction. And in many instances, we are talking to children, we're saying to them, how do you get wealthy? Without, in many instances, putting in the prerequisites of a moral compass. And if it is that the village that we're asking to raise our children is without a moral compass, that's not the one we want to raise our child. So the hard questions for us today is what kind of village? What kind of village? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. You know, it's a moment of privilege to find yourself the third speaker after these two positions have been put up. And I think for all of us, that's exactly where we are, trying to figure out, is this the village that we want to raise our children? What is your village? What does your village represent? What are you asking of your village? What are the expectations that you have of your village? So Carlin Stewart is my name, as you heard before, and I am very pleased to present this morning because I get an opportunity to speak from two positions. One is my most favorite, my all-time favorite role as a parent. And so it's important for me that the village is fixed because I have a vested interest in that village. And so I am constantly, like every other parent, assessing the village and assessing the services provided by that village so that in the event that my daughter or my son needs to access that, they get the very best service. So with my other role as regional director at the CPFSA, Child Protection and Family Services Agency, that's where the tough questions come in. So I have to be real with myself to say, if something happens to me, Kalia, who is my 8-year-old, can the system as it is now support her in a way that I would be comfortable, whether present here and not able to org to the other life? And that's the tough question. So let me tell you a little bit about the CPFSA. So we are an executive agency and we fall under the Ministry of Education and Youth. We have responsibility for the care and protection of children. Now, that's a very broad mandate because once you think about a child, you can think about a need that that child will have. There are some misconceptions about the CPFSA, and I want to just get rid of those early. In Jamaica, there's an idea that what we do at the CPFSA, some people still call us the CDA, whatever, whichever one, as long as you know it's us. We take away people's children and we put them in a facility and we keep them there until they are 18. And everything that is not good happens in those years, right? So the first thing we try to do when we get out there is try to open up the conversation so that Jamaica understands that CPFSA is so much more. In fact, when it comes down to removing a child, we want that to be our very last resort. It is after everything else would have been tried and tested and not working, because we operate under a law, the Child Care and Protection Act, and it's not our act, it's a law of the land, it's all of us. And that law is very clear and profound on the fact that the family is the preferred environment. Children do better in families. Children do better in school. They go up socially and they interact better if they are living in families. And so when I am called to be a part of a conversation that speaks about the village and the importance of the village, it makes me excited. I also have the fears shared by my colleague about what is the village. But then I comfort myself because I say, guess what? Who makes up the village? We make up the village. All of us in here form part of the village. So if it is to be fixed, aspects of it, who will fix it? We will fix it, right? All right, so I go back to CPFSA and what it is that we do. We need all of Jamaica to make it work. It's impossible for us to carry out our mandate with just the 400 or nearly 500 staff members that we have. We really cannot even take the tip of the iceberg because we need the village to work for us. So our work starts with asking the public to make reports to us. Tell us if you feel like you have a suspicion or if you have facts or if you don't have the facts that a child may be at harm, in harm's way. And so that's the first point where we say we can't do what we have to do if you are not talking to us. And so we need that part of the village that is going to speak up and let us know what's happening. And then we move on to investigating the issues. So we get a report at the end of our telephone line. Sometimes it's enough to help us to crack a case. Sometimes it's barely enough. But then moving through the steps in our system, we have to come out into the community. When we come to the community, who do we speak to? Members of the village. So you need to speak to us, give us the information, but at the same time, I am also a member of the village. I understand the concerns of the persons in the village. When I tell you something, how do you protect me? How do you keep me safe? How does the neighbor not target me because they think that I'm the one who told, about a child? And so we are extending the conversation. We need some other persons in the village now to help us. So we need a security force that we can depend on to know that if I have to say something or if I need to help a child or support on a child's behalf, there is a system that can protect me. Isn't that the truth? And a lot of us don't say anything because we sometimes wonder about that system and whether or not it's able to protect us, right? I see a lot of students here and we have our guidance counselors in our school and they will tell you that the students will open up to them. But the first thing you are going to do as a human being is you're going to wonder, okay, if I share this information, how safe am I going to be, right? So again, it's important that we have everybody on board. Now, food for thought, who are the other persons in your village? When we think about our children, who makes up their village? So I spoke about driving up to William with the bus driver. The bus driver, whether we like it or not, is going to form part of that village. Whether it is immediate or extended village, the bus, when our children kiss us goodbye and go out for the whole day, they jump into a taxi and that driver influences what happens in their village for that day. Do you agree? So we have the church, and sometimes there are some structured parts of our village that's easier to identify. So we will say church, thumbs up, of course. School, yes, because they go and this is a structured setting. School, yes. But I want us to just pause to think a little bit today about the parts of our village that are not as structured. So it's not the school, it's not the church, it is the driver in the taxi. It is the persons who you interact with and you wait on your taxi to come. It's the person who you talk to when you go to order lunch, or you go to a restaurant, or you go to a supermarket. These are the persons that are infiltrating our village, and we have little control over the kind of influence that they put forward. And so when I hear the position of my colleague here, I understand where he's coming from, because if we have to fix the village and we have to call a spade, and we have to talk the truth, we have to fix what we need to fix. And so I am also looking forward to the conversations today when we discuss it and we have real conversation. We know what it ought to be, but I don't want us to pretend that that is what it always is. Let's talk about the parts of the village that we need to bridge. And that could be the formal system, including where I work. The CPFA say, what is it that you expect of us? What are we supposed to be doing? When you interface with us, what is it that you are pleased with? And what is it that we can fix? We don't have a manual to raise our children. And so it means that we have to be continually a work in progress. And for those of us who interface with children, whether it's our own or the children who we are hired to work with, you never know what it is until you interface with that child. Every day is a different episode. And so as adults and as villagers, is what I want to call ourselves today. We have to be ready. We have to be flexible. We have to be alert, and we have to be committed. So I am very, very interested in this conversation. I think it's going to take us places. I hope the persons online are paying attention, because we are on the breaking edge of greatness when you start to talk about your village and how we need to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Opening rounds. Now, again, if you have questions, we need to have you pose them so we can have a conversation. Now, the real question then is the social context, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright is saying he's challenging that particular notion about the village. Is the social context that the village represents, the kind of politics or the political context within which we exist, the economic system of inequalities. Is that the system? Is that the village that we want to raise our children? If not, where? You know, if not there, if not those realities, Mr. Wright, if not those real situations in Jamaica, where then? Can we find an exclusive section in Jamaica where those inequalities and those difficulties don't exist? Tell me where they are. If you're online, you need to send us so we can all rush over there. All right. So that is one. The Miss Carr and Miss Stewart are administrators in two aspects of the governmental system that provide resources for us to work with. How adept are we, or have we been, in taking advantage of the services that they have been providing? Ms. Carr mentioned that she said that it is not the Parenting Support Commission exists. They have resources, but the resources are there, but parents are not taking advantage of the resources that exist. And so, I mean, she's throwing it back at us, at you, at me. Is that so? Have you been able to access resources from the system and don't know where to find them? Okay, please let us, she's right here. She's right here. Miss Wright is saying, sorry, not Miss Stewart is saying that, look, the CPFSA exists to help ameliorate some of the problems that exist. Right? That's what she's saying. And so the question she's raising is how are we as church, as school, which is supposed to be the wholesome part, can we spread ourselves some more so that the non-structured areas that are not so structured as church is supposed to be, how much can the church and the school and the home spread itself into those difficult areas in the village that becomes the major source of secondary and tertiary socialization for our children? Oh, those are some of the issues that we are raising. All right, so what are you then saying, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that we should back off and don't engage?
No, I'm not saying we should back off. What I did was to provide a context as opening remarks. What it does, I think what I'm seeking to do is to challenge us, because the fact is that no one person can raise a child. That's the first thing. And I think the concept of the villages, as you heard, is an Igbo concept. I met that when I had to do literature. We had to do all the proverbs from Things Fall Apart.
Yeah,
That's what my teacher had us do. And so I knew it was an African proverb. But one of the persons who made it popular is Hillary Clinton. You know, that it takes a village to raise a child. But the fact is that in this imperfect world, parenting can fail. Okay, let's just understand that there are many children who have come from broken homes who have still become wonderful citizens.
Exactly.
It is because those other things in society worked while they were able to pick up the pieces and do better. So the way I open up is for us to ask, what is the state of the village that we want to raise our child? Because if it is that parenting, because the truth is that parenting is going to fail sometimes, no matter how parenting commission works to fix it. When that happens, are the things within our schools, are the social system represented by my friend here, are those working well enough, so much so that when we refer children, for example, then those things are in place to help those children. When a child, for example, is in school and doesn't have, for example, cannot read, because learning to read in today's world is an important way of becoming a better human being. When that does not happen, do we have the resources in those schools where we send those children to help them to read? That to me is what the village ought to represent. That we are able to fill the gaps where they exist. So when the gaps exist in the school, the church should be able to pick it up. When it exists in the church, the school should be able to pick it up. When it exists in the school, the music is supposed to pick it up. We are saying those are informal things, but there's a time when music was a little better sanitized than now. And you know, one of the points I want to make is that we cannot continue saying these things are cultural, and as such, you must accept them, because if what you celebrate as culture is inimical to your social existence, it don't make no sense. So we have got to be, maybe more of us have got to be about what our music is like. And we have got to be active about how we want to change it, about how the notions in people's head that it is okay to do certain things to become rich because you're rich and we just recognize it. It's okay. Many more of us have got to talk about that, because that kind of context that is going to represent the village is not what we want. But it indeed, the ideal and wonderful thing is to really have a village raising a child, because we want to ensure that the gaps are sorted out.
Mr. Wright,
Yes.
Rosie Knight is saying in the Zoom link, members of the village must dispel any form of prejudices. How do can you identify some of the prejudices that members of the village come with? And just identify a couple of them for us so we can try and dispel some of them right here. Can you?
I'm not killing anybody. I mean,
Yeah, man, talk it up.
that say William Deb is better than Cedric Titus. That say Westwood is better than Marcus Garvey. That your castle is, and so what we do with our children, the children who give us most problems are the ones that we have sent to institutions, that we have, even from the ministry standpoint, from teachers, a principal standpoint, we support those prejudices by our implicit action. Right? Those are things that we have got to do. So those prejudices, and just one example of it, we have got to understand that. So it means that me and my colleagues, we have got to, when we are in schools, we receive these children.
Yeah.
One of the things that we have to do to deal with these inherent prejudices is run the school in a fair, firm, and consistent way.
Yes.
And in the same way, we have got to run the regions in a fair, firm, and consistent way. The ministry in a fair, firm, and consistent way. Because our children at William Live and Yorkcastle and Westwood will have to meet these students from Ocho High and from Cedric Titus anyway. And when they meet them, if it is that they felt that society was fair. Because the last point I'd like to make is that the societies in which you have the highest levels of inequality are those that
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Yeah. Go ahead, Miss.
I'm not sure I'm treating with the question you asked, but I just wanted to contribute that as human beings, we have an inclination to look at the things that are bad. And it's simply because we are naturally trying to figure out how to make things better. We are aspiring people. We are also bombarded with everything negative in this society. All you have to do is access media. The moment something bad happens, it goes viral in a second. And we're given these images all the time, and we're being told these stories about ourselves all the time. I am a realist, and I'm not thinking of anything utopian. But I want to challenge you to think about all the good things that we still are, the things that you don't hear on the news, the things that don't go viral. Because it's not the media house's responsibility to tell us the good things. They don't make money that way. But that's a part of the programming too. Every day you get up to everything that is bad, you will begin to believe that there's nothing good happening. Are there miscreants in the village? Absolutely. But I am still of the belief that we have more good people and people of the same ilk in the village than those who are operating contrary to what we expect to happen in the village. What needs to happen is that we need to come together to take back the village, because the deviants are still in the minority, but I must admit they have influence. We have influence too. And the moment we start believing that, oh, everything is bad and we have more bad than good, we're already going to fail ourselves. Parenting is a tremendously important thing. And each person, whether by virtue of having given birth, as long as you are reasonably expected to have the duty of care for a child. Whether it's a taxi driver, you have the duty of care. You're supposed to drive safely. Or is a shopkeeper. Then you have the opportunity to parent the child with whom you come in contact with. I believe we have to begin to tell ourselves some other stories. Stories that if we come together, we can. Stories that the skill sets exist, that if we begin to access them in meaningful ways, we can. Because otherwise, we may as well just throw up our hands. I don't think things are ideal, not by a long shot. But I also think that those of us who have skills and who believe in the greatness of who we can be as human beings are still in the majority. Jamaicans show each other kindness every day. There's still communities that are very neighborly. There's still communities in Jamaica where when a barrel comes from overseas, things are passed across the fence, from the barrel and the neighbors access it. There's still people going to each other's homes, believe it or not, and sitting down and having good conversations. There are people in the village who still want to see Jamaica progress along the lines of good morals. I think the conversation needs to include what are these principles that we hold dear, and how are we defining who we are? And we're not allowing those miscreants and the deviants to define who we are. I don't believe that the people who are taking up guns and shooting each other in broad daylight are the majority. I don't. And I don't think they're the ones who are defining, or they're saying we are who Jamaicans are. I don't think so. But we also need to voice this. We need to remind ourselves of who we are as a people. What are the things we hold dear? You touched on an important point. We do have a preoccupation with money in this country. We do. Every young person, every adult I know has a preoccupation with money. But when did we not have a preoccupation with money? We were always pushing forward, and we understand money for what it can give. I think you're correct in saying that what needs to balance that conversation is how are we going to use and access money within the confines of the morals and the value system. Our values are those beliefs and principles that give meaning and purpose to our lives. That's the definition of values. So how are we going to ensure that as we work in an environment that promotes a little more than I think we should, material things and so on, fine. But how are we going to ensure we're balancing that the acquisition of these material things must be within the confines of what we hold dear as a society?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so we have three persons. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Yes, please. Where's the mic?
Good morning, everybody. I am here and I'm thinking as a parent and also as an administrator for a prep school, and I'm saying realistically, the village. Can we just allow the village to raise our child? And my answer, and that is might be prejudice, but what I advise others and what I do is I select, when I say I select my village. So where do you expose your child? What's the village that the child is surrounded by? Is there the church family? Is there the school family? Is there your other families that you trust? Because this village can be very cruel. And we here in St. Anne know very well of the recent case of this uncle who this child was exposed to, thought in her mind to trust, and we realized what happened. So realistically speaking, we as adults, administrators, those of us who have the authority and those who have people around you can influence, create your village. And that's where the child is allowed. So my 16-year-old, Mom, can I go to the movies? And it's a straight no, with who? And so I have somebody or 2 or 3 of them who is the village that I trust, that the 3 of them can go. And they're supposed to look out for each other. You don't just drop them off and say, bye, honey, enjoy yourself. It's not like that anymore. And that's the truth. So we drop them off with a select village. That's their 2 or 3 friends. And they're expected to look after each other, just like anywhere else. Mom, how comes I'm not allowed to just go? I said, no, you just go to Otis and stand up and look around again, like when we were growing.
Okay.
We could go to Otis and just walk around, wear shop. No, select your village, and that's my advice. And very soon, it will be wild if we continue like that. So select your village.
Okay, so be discriminating, she's saying. Okay. Right across there. Yes.
One of the things that I'd like for us to consider.
Are you throwing a question or making a comment? Question, okay.
So one of the things that I'd like for us to consider is that we have repetitively over the years made conjectures to what we think a situation is. We are not a data gathering country. We cannot change systems and processes without data. Data is what will gear us in the direction of where the changes should be. And that is my recommendation on that.
Data. We should what? We should gather data, you're saying?
We need to gather data, good and bad data. So you need school data. If you need to understand what are some of the social implications of behaviors, you need to begin to start doing studies on that. And
but Miss Carr will say that she has a multiplicity of studies. There's a whole lot of studies. Yes.
Some
yes.
Of studies.
Right.
What they do with
okay.
So
it's not the collecting, it's now the whole matter of interpreting and how it is used and
it's from there.
Okay, all right, thank you. Want the panelists to take note of that, please. Yes.
I'm in total agreement with that because Cecilia Grant Francis, a member of the organization that planned this forum. And as I said, I'm in agreement with what she said. Personally speaking, we say we do data collection, but how do we go about using them in a positive way? How many parents, I know, and I'm not sitting at my friend here, but how many parents know what they can access from her? Most parents, I think that here are these persons, then come protect when we picnic. And on my picnic. Now, if the parents are more educated from the government sector, as to say more and more and over, these are the people who come into your village to assist with what is happening there.
Okay.
Trust is a factor.
Okay, trust. Okay.
Many persons don't trust the security, and even these people coming to assist. And I think we are talking about a village. We must be real. We must be realistic.
Okay.
The villages then are not the villages now.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you. Thank you very much. We have one last comment from
May I just say, and when we are speaking, we should not generalize, because I heard one speaker say, and I stand corrected, about loving children. But she went back and said, there are good things happening and so on and so. There are people in Jamaica who love children. As a retired principal, I love children. And there are many who do not want these things to happen. But do we have the backing of the security firm, the government, and all the agencies that should come in to support what is done for the children?
Okay, thank you very much. Behind you, please, quickly. There's the panelists are preparing to make their final comments and so forth. But go ahead, please.
Okay, good morning, everyone. I am Ms. Carr. I have a few pointers to make. Okay,
Just can you restrict them to two
yes.
quickly? Yes.
The most, the most dangerous strangers to our children are the persons who we trust with our children. Because I heard every time, beware of strangers. But looking back, the strangers that are most dangerous to our children are the persons who we trust with our children, meaning mother, father, uncle, stepfathers, brothers, family members that we trust, close friends, pastors, missionaries. These are people we trust with our children, and they are the first prey to our children, not in every case, but in some of our most of the cases in Jamaica, from what I would understand.
Again, we need to hold on to that. Can you just defer to the panelists? You have one more point to make, right? Because your point that you are now making would be linked to what my sister just said about the importance of gathering data. And wait. And so we have to be careful now how we then conclude that we should not trust uncles and aunts, and should that be the rule? You don't trust those persons who are close to you, or are those the exceptions? This is the case where this young lady, this little girl was killed allegedly by a neighbor. Are those things not in the minority, Miss Carr? Are those things in the minority? Or is that what we have in Jamaica? Are we arguing from a point of exceptionalities and extremes, and we're not dealing with the issues, Mr. Wright?
I trust that very regularly, unfortunately. Some of those atrocities happen right here in the home. And it's one of the reasons parental supervision is important, even when their family members are around. And there has to be the avenue created for children to feel comfortable to say to their parents what's going on. And in order to do that, you have to help children, especially those who are very young, develop the language to understand what good means. In Jamaica, for example, bad is used to describe a plethora of things. In fact, bad is sometimes used to describe something good.
Yes, that's true.
Them to develop the vocabulary. I want to speak to something that was said that was interesting. Parents, mothers in particular, sometimes believe that in order to protect our children, or in the process of nurturance, it's almost as if we have to create a cocoon in which our children must grow, our own ecosystem. And the challenge with that is that we don't get to supervise our children 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We're not always where they are. So what we usually tell parents in our interactions is give the children the information in age-appropriate language. Explain to them so that as they go out and they have to interact in the wider society, they have the tools. Mm-hmm. There was one news item I heard maybe 2 years ago, definitely during the COVID period, where a child was on a bus, at a bus stop, and she noticed a man looking at her just a little too much. And she made sure to take out her phone and she texted her mother to say she's uncomfortable. And when she went on the bus, the man went on the bus. And he came up behind her, but she was texting her mother, and her mother was able to intercept the bus at the bus stop illegally and took her child off. And as it turns out, he was someone with a record. So that's what I'm saying, because we won't always be there. We have to tool our children because they have to learn to navigate society. We can't always think that sheltering or hovering over them. I'm not suggesting that's what you said, any at all. Hovering over them is the way. It's a natural inclination because we have the innate right to protect our children. It's innate. But we have to also tool them so that when they're not with us, they know what to do. When they sense danger, you have to teach your children to trust their instinct. And parents, you must trust yours too. Because oftentimes when these atrocities happen at the home level, you will say there was something about the person in hindsight that you didn't quite like. There was some level of discomfort that you ignored. And so you have to learn to trust your gut. It's better to err on the side of caution, isn't it? Where these matters are concerned. And so have open dialogue with your children in age-appropriate ways. Also get from them, openly by asking what they know about a particular topic, what they know, and hear from them and guide them. The other thing is that if you're not, somebody else will also be guiding them.
Yes.
And as we would have said, not everybody in our village, but they're part of the village. So we have to teach how do we navigate the village to ensure that the people in the village who have the good resources that we need to access, those are the ones we're pointing our children to. And those are the ones as parents we're going to as well.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Carr. We wanted us ask Miss Stewart, just to, because we are now on to final comments and so forth. Yeah.
That I want to change in a short time is I want a comment from one of our children, either online or here, so we can really hear from them. But I want to throw something in the mix when we talk about the village.
We are going to be having breakout sessions afterwards, and I'm quite certain that they are going to be very active in that. But there's a comment over there. You want to get a comment? Is that okay? No, please. Okay. Yeah.
Something in the mix.
Yes.
For response, I wanted to activate some thoughts. So as we talk about the village and we boast about our village, we have to pause to remember that everybody forms part of the village. No. We are here and you can listen to the pride with which parents speak, and we are there for our children. But there is another part of our village with children and with parents who don't speak with such pride. And these children act up and they behave badly, and as villagers, we are not very accommodating of that part of our village. So it's easy to talk about parenting when we're talking about well-behaved children. It's easy to talk about teaching when you're talking about the child who is learning and who is progressing. But I have a little bias to a particular section of the village with children who are rude. They are behavioral issues. They don't want to learn. You could not invite them here today. They wouldn't come. When you got the invite from the Baptist church to come, you would not consider some of those children coming. I am concerned about that part of our village because they belong to us too. So at CPMSA, we have a reintegration program where we try to get children home. That's the most difficult part of our job because these are parents who are saying, we don't want them. What do we do with that part of our village? The child who is disruptive in class, you might just get a call that the child needs to go to a new school. And I always say, go to a new school and transfer the problem and fix the problem. How? I want us to think a little bit about all corners of the village, the difficult parts of the village, with children whose biological parents don't care about them, can't be bothered. And none of us can bother either. They too form parts of this village that we are trying to define. And how do we step in and help so that all of them, even the one that is going to backchat you and is going to be disrespectful, how do we reform that behavior when sometimes biological family steps back? We still, and so the point I'm making is that we have to commit to help every part of our village, even the dark sides.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Mr. Wright, hold your comments right there now. We will just take just one final comment from the audience, and then you will have the final say, Mr. Wright. And then we will close with some comments from the chat here. Go ahead, quickly.
I am young body, but very, very old in what I've experienced. So I'm old school and I'm from where they would say children are to be seen and not heard. And now we're happy that that does not exist anymore. However, the Baptist Union, I'm just going to steal a part of what they use as a theme. We're living in an ever-changing world. And because we're living in an ever-changing world, everything is different from what we know it to be before. And so if you walk with me to St. Anne's Bear anywhere, I have the most nieces and nephews everywhere because of village. I grew up in a village. I was given away when I was like 3 months old. And I grew up in a village of strangers. And it was the best village. So like others say, selective in your village. And I'm just saying that we embrace all that you're sharing and we understand what you're saying, Mr. William Lee, but it really does take a village, but a selective village.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, listen, we are going to be breaking out into smaller groups a little bit later on. Right, so, okay, so that is, you don't want to make that final comment at all? Oh, okay, fine. All right. So as we close off this section, then let us hear from some persons who are online. We need to get back to basics, says Amoy Levers, where the focus is shifted from me, myself, and I. Very, very important, isn't that? And then Marjorie Daly says, I agree with using data to help solve the problems, identify the problems, and use data to help solve some of the problems. Remember to encourage assessment of outcomes, she's saying. Okay, and then where are the parents in the village? Are they on the fence, turning a blind eye because they are afraid to be called out? Are they a part of the problem because they believe that they are better off than the neighbor next door? Are they a part of the watering down process of the village, raising the children because they feel that they don't want anybody to know their business? Again, these are questions that we can now unpack in our questions in our next session. Mr. Wright, Ms. Stewart, Ms. Carr, thank you very much for being the pointers. Want to please put your hands together for the panelists for putting perspective on our theme, so we can now be guided further in how to make some specific suggestions. We have raised some already, but we want to have them ironed out some more in the groups. Welcome, Reverend Johnson. Thank you very much for coming out. We want to now invite Mrs. Jennifer Dixon, member of the committee, to help us now to go how to deal with the matter of the breakout groups. She looks right. She has a mic there. Where's the microphone? It was right there. Right. Okay, Miss Dixon will give us guidance now as to how we proceed into the small group, and we will have the benefit of the experts to assist us as they walk around and listen and help us to shape some of the responses. Ms. Dixon, over to you.
Thank you, Reverend Hardy. Mr. O'Connor, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good afternoon. Come on, you can do better than that. Good afternoon, everyone. And Reverend Harden, good morning. No, still afternoon. I have been listening to the discussion, the panelists, and it's really interesting. And I think that were we to have more sessions like this, I think our parents would be a lot more empowered. And not only the parents, since we have a lot of students here, children here, then of course, they would be better able to understand why sometimes us as parents, we get a little bit miserable or we get a little bit testy because we wish you all the best and we want to do all that is best for you. We have a video that we are going to be watching just now. So
Well, all the mothers, well, all the mothers. Oh, so, well, all the mothers. Well, all the mothers. Oh, we mothers. Oh, we, oh, we. Well, all the mothers. Oh, we, oh, all the mothers. Away, away, all the time. What would I live for if I can't have you in my life? What would I get if you take the old girls?
Aren't they sweet? You like that? I just think that they are just the world. They really are the bomb. And the children, that is why us as parents want to be better parents, because when we see those little ones there, it really just touches your heart. All right, so my mission here this morning is to break us up into small groups. We're going to have 3 groups. We have 3 group leaders, and we're going to be discussing some specific questions. And this is not going to be long because we had a very interesting panel discussion. And so what I'm going to do is just use the 1, 2, 3 method. I'm going to count you off. If you are 1, all the ones will go together. If you're 2, all the 2s go together. And of course, the 3s will all go together. So group number 1, they're going to be headed by Mrs. Brian Russell. Mrs. Russell, where are you? Oh, you're there. So group 1, all the ones will come here when I would have counted you off. And then we have Miss Heather Dedon. Miss Heather, okay, so I'm gonna ask that you just go a little bit to the back. And so we will have all the 2s with Miss Dillon. And the 3rd group leader is going to be Miss Donna, and Miss Donna is right here. So those who are in 3 will come right here. So that's 1, 2, and 3. There are specific questions that you are going to be asked to discuss in the group. You have 30 minutes. After that, we're going to ask that someone from your group just come and make a representation. Just give us an overview of what you discussed in your group. Is that clear? Everybody with me? Any questions? Okay, so the questions are rather related. Of course, this is the Jamaica Baptist Union, and so it's a church affiliated group. And so we have to speak about what the Bible says about parenting, and we want to empower ourselves, learn new tips and strategies to help us as parents, not only those online, but those in the auditorium here. And then as children, we want to understand what our parents are expecting of us. And so we're going to be doing just that now. So I'm going to start with my Westwood girls right here. So you are one. Just say it loud. So I remember all the ones are there, all the twos are to the back, and all the threes are here. So that's 1, 2, 3. Go for me. The 3 you stay here. Okay. And let me go down. You are 1. Okay. Okay, so 1's over there quickly. And young ladies, let's go. You are 1, 2, 1, 2. What comes after 2? Yes, so please go. 3's here. Quickly. 1, 2, and 3. Quickly. Quickly. 3 is over here. 2 to the back, and 1's here. Let me go. 1, 2, and 3 here. Thank you. All right, so you are 1, 2, 3. 1, you're here. 2 to the back and 3 over here. Quickly, come young man from Calabar. 1, you're here. Okay, 2 to the back and 3 here. And next, 1, 2, and 3. Come for me, please. 1, are you participating? 1 and 2, you're okay there. Who did I miss? 3, are you participating? Okay. So now you're in groups, you're group leaders. Miss Dillon and Miss Dawn. So this is group 1, group 2, and group 3. And as soon as you get your questions, we're going to ask that you go through and discuss them. You have 30 minutes, after which we're going to be asking you to come forward and make a 5-minute presentation on what was discussed in your group.
So we are charged with okay, yeah. I can move up on the that. Rate of the child. Were things that for me. So
The first question that we have is, how has the new technology advanced or diminished your ability to effectively parent your child? What suggestions can you make for utilizing the technologies to improve your parenting skills? First, we need a scribe. And first, we need somebody to volunteer to present. To have volunteering you. All right. So what we say on the scribe? You want paper? Yes, paper and maybe I can repurpose.
You're hearing our team from online? Oh.
Right. All right, so you have to speak loudly. Remember, we have online people listening and persons who don't hear too well, like myself.
All right, so parenting like in the 21st century, that's in like what we experience that But even early 2000s, it's fairly different from what we would have experienced back then. In terms of technology being an advancement, parents are now more open to accessing tools, parenting tools, those who are interested in using them. And a wider community. So the
Please have you selected your scribe?
Yes, we have done that already. Thank you, Danny. Thank you so much.
Presenter.
we have additional resources. The village itself is no longer limited to a physical space in terms of our community or one-on-one interaction with our community where we could engage the old man don't do and tell your child not to go to the river and so on. It's no longer that. In terms of technology, as Jamaica, we live all over the world. And we realize that here in terms of myself in the engagement, we rely now on our parents to help us preparing for the village with technology. So it's no longer having your mother there in an extended family. So it's one their family, single parent. However, the grandparents or the extended aunts and uncles, they are helping to parent our children online.
Of technology.
Yes, that's
That's a
right.
good point.
So even though the village might be scattered, we still have a village in the sense of technology being in mind with how we interact with it. So we are
That is so nice. And also, I would like to add to what you have said. Sometimes you can use the use of technology to share our experiences that can also impact others in a positive light. I've seen online where parents who are going through this whole situation with whether it is children with disabilities, children with certain rare diseases or illnesses, they use technology, they share their stories, and you would look at the comments of others below who have seen these stories and it has impacted them in such a way and it can assist them in how they too parent this, within the situation that they too have.
So would you say
Speak loudly.
I'm sorry. Would you say that technology has more so normalized a nuclear family in the sense that back in the day before technology, it was more common to have more than the father and mother living on the same roof, but now it's more common to see just the father and mother. So would you say that while it is beneficial, it allows families that are far apart to interact with each other, it could be seen in a negative sense because it normalizes a nuclear family. And if a child needs to reach out to another person because of what their parent has been doing to them or so forth, how do they do that? How do you take that off the online forum? Because you can only do so much if you're not with a person.
Also, you're saying there is still limitations in terms of communicating.
Yes, but I think they're both positive and negative effects.
Understood. You have a point? No? You have one?
One concerns that I have is coming out of communication. We now have children with phones, different types of cell phones. Before, students were allowed to go to school. Now, because of the fact that students were being attacked and even for the handsets that they have, some schools have decided to limit the students taking those same handsets with them to school. But from a security standpoint, how can our parents track children if they're not in the household?
Use of technology. But there are applications online that you can use to put on the phones so you can know where they are. There are applications online that you can track what is it that you're searching, in terms of the web, what are they looking at online. So that's a very valid point.
That's what you're saying in terms of what certain companies need to that, but they're very sensitive. There's some things that I don't get. They're just the children. What was the
So we've moved on to what suggestions can you make for utilizing technology. Thank you for the
transition?
And the mother was at Ocean School. And they're going out there and they're accessing information, not just from the internet, but from the forum of children who are coming from different family backgrounds and they have questions. As parents or as role models, we need to be there to address these questions before we allow children to
answer them too.
Answer them, that's one, or to show them
them.
something that is somewhere else and they get the wrong interpretation or wrong introduction to something. So curtailing how accessible information is online, or even though let us first introduce these topics in the post that allow children to access them online and then get relevant, because the internet is full of different views and opinions about it. So let us have the uncomfortable conversation. Yes, so than for them to go to space and then hear it.
Right, so you raised a valuable point in terms, in terms of the transition from going into high school, because you find that yes, they come into the use of certain types of technology in the primary stage, you know, it's everywhere now. But in high school, you find that to be a part of the peer pressure and the exposure is far more. In the primary level, it's a bit more curtailed, but in high school, they're exposed to so many things. And you're right, as a parent, you have to guide that transition. That if you don't set the base, the foundation, right, you find that you can get out of hand, you know?
Excuse me, so what if
Speak up loudly.
what if parents don't sit down and have a conversation with their child or children so they know what is what? And when they go to school, other friends are telling them this and that and they don't know, and then saying, oh my God, if I go to my mom or if I go to my dad or any family member, they are not going to want to have that conversation with me. So they go on the internet themselves now and they look it up and they see what is what. But parents have to understand that they have to have this conversation with their children so they know. So when they hear it from someone else, they don't get manipulated and go and do whatever.
Beautiful point. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Project your voice.
I'd love to go what singing. Understand is that if the child or if the parent don't teach the child that might think that when high school, you mentioned to teach them as a whole that it's like no, you can teach them only like I can go to something else. So you have to instill these values of earth. Then I first instill them, understand.
Why?
When we teach it, tell them something, but I don't understand it.
You have to tell them the why.
Yeah.
Beautiful point. Thank you very much for that. We have to wrap up this one because we have two others, but I'll take your final point.
I was also saying that while our parents are supposed to instill in their child good moral values, I do not think it is only on the parents alone, not only on the child. I think the coordinators of these social media platforms should also have a vested interest in what children are exposed to. And it's become really easy for children to access websites that are not for their age. And I think that if we try to enable more platforms or restrictions for children to not have access to these things, then maybe it will reduce the amount of exposure.
But you find now that when you do purchase the devices, it gives you the option as the parent to select. So you can select that it's a child's device. So no matter where she goes, there's a problem.
You can't download stuff unless she or he access
anything. But then
but then
what right? The children that are smart enough, right?
Yeah.
Of course you're going to have that, but then again,
most parents don't even know about that.
Person going up, other social media influence, they don't look at as a child watching that content. Actually,
they care zero.
Their focus is on making a profit.
Profits. It's all about clout now. So who puts out information that people gravitate to, but it's not always responsible information.
The bottom line is parents should. The guidance, the foundation, the morals, the values, all of that needs to come into play. You have to pass that up. You cannot allow society, you can't allow everybody else to give your child the foundation. You know, you have to instill that.
I think that they have the extremes in terms of parenting. Some parents who absolutely nothing. They don't know.
Not willing to learn either.
We want to take that. You know, have high marks. They are not.
Yes.
You know, show.
Give them breaks too from the devices to do.
To be honest, as other parents, step up and understand.
And you raise a valuable point, because with the use of, especially the consistent use of technology, you find that it limits communication amongst people too. So you find as a family, there's a breakaway. The child is more focused on what is happening online or activities or events online, and then what is important in terms of the core, you know, family values and all. They kind of deviate from that. All right, well, let's just move on to number 2. Time master. Using the text from Proverbs 29. We're supposed to answer that as well. No, we're supposed to. All three? That was my understanding. Just one question. Oh, beautiful. So we can go on for another 14 minutes.
Miss, but
your voice.
Miss, but some parents in league with what is going on, they know that the children doing stuff and they just say, okay, like they make them feel like it's okay to do it.
Also, that's those parents that have no responsibility. Right.
Yeah.
Lack of boundary. Right.
All the parents falls in the truth said, the way you were raised, you see, you were raised in a home where
chasing culture,
business, you have a group as a child.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. So based on how they were raised, it was passed on. And then events like these too will help parents to know a different way. You know, it's not only what you think. You're not limited in what you know, but you can, you know, learn from others. You can learn from groups and discussions such as these. You can improve on how you parent your child in the best way possible. Good to hear from you. Put your voice. I can't hear one word you're saying. Okay.
My opinion, if technology can both advance and both effective parents. On one hand, advancements like educational apps and online learning can enhance learning and provide support for parents. However, the screen time and the content of online spaces like monitors can hinder effective parenting. Both of parents find a balance. Set boundaries and have open communication with their children, but using technology parents can also utilize technology by to improve their parenting experience. They could expose their children to educational apps and websites. Come to parenting enable the parenting control features and application tools and parenting tutorials, online blogs, podcast videos.
Beautiful. If you could lend me a phone for 1 minute, thank you so much. Points. Did you hear? You heard, right?
One of the things that is moving now
is that we all depend on who are
Attending. I said the same thing this morning. But how do we address that? How do we reach them? We have to, we most definitely know, because when you call PTA meeting, it's a converted that goes. So even if this particular panel goes to a school for a discussion, it's not the ones that need to hear goes in. And when you come in this setting, it's still not the ones that need to hear that comes. And guess what? When you project it online using technology, it's still not the ones that need to hear that are listening, because it is not the things that they want to hear. So how do you get them to hear? You know what we have to start with? You have to go in the village. Yes. And like whatever conversation you're having with somebody, you try to get it. Oh, you have to open it again. It got closed. Yes, and we have to all be vulnerable, open ourselves to interact. We don't be silent, speak out. So if you are in a community where you're seeing a problem or you see a child that behavioral wise, you see pointers that tells you that something is not right, and you will have contact with the parent, or aunt, or uncle, or cousin. You can have conversations with them, trying to steer them in the correct way versus turning a blind eye. Because one point I wanted to raise earlier this morning, when it was said that you should carefully select your village. You can't select the village. Because every good and bad mix together. The village is whomever they interact with when they go out there, and you can't select everybody. You can try as best to guide them as to how they interact with what they come in contact with out there. And even when you guide them, there is always the interruption, the noise, the distraction, the peer pressure, that society brings. And so we have to make a concerted effort. I'm coming to you there to make sure that in our little corner and everything that we do as an individual, right? Thank you so much.
Let me just make a point. She just demonstrated the use of technology.
That's right.
In order for her to articulate her points clearly, she wrote them down.
Yes.
Made a step-by-step notation, and then articulated her points clearly, enunciated and verbalized.
Yes.
Communication, it's a form of communication, and you learn effective communicating styles through exactly what you know. Excellent.
Yes.
Very, very good. I need to really commend you on what you just said.
Nice. That's COVID.
Yes. Senior managers do this when they're having board meetings and stuff of that nature. They write down their ideas and write down the things they want to talk about. Then they expand on it and decide what it is they want to hear and what
Beautifully said. You want to say something?
I was saying that it's also influence of means, advice, and so you have to be certain way to see.
Oh, so you mean try to meet them at their point? Beautiful point. No, he's saying that for you to reach, because we have raised the point that the parent that should come out to be for, they don't. So he's saying that you have to try to be an influencer, meeting them where they are. So it's a good point. Good point. Excellent.
That technology has not reached. So some people don't have access to what's happening.
That is true.
They get a chance to go somewhere. And whenever he does not have text on his phone, we're putting the phone. So you're calling him, you don't get paid. When you sign up, you get paid.
He said, oh, I didn't have any friends on telephone now. So his parents don't really know how to use these. How can they use it to help their children?
Also, it's up to you that the phone won't work because it doesn't have credit.
So parents need to educate their children about things that will be very scary. In terms of limiting our ability to parent, you know, we realize that phones, iPads, and tablets have become parent of children, especially in the early stages. So when a child becomes, once they can hold the tablet, they don't even want to hold it. And technology that's this to regular things. I talked about TVs that we would, you know, back then from have so much imagination. Once a child is able to, their attention can be grasped by a television or a tablet or whatever. The parent know who's that is paying them, and that becomes their babysitter. That's the parenting that's especially with the new age children. Now look at the parenting forums and their discussions are focused on the children. No, the teenagers know about that. But what will happen when you different skills to address the problems that are going to come from no or we are
Generation Alpha.
We're more dependent on technology, especially those who are I remember back in COVID, you said something about technology. I remember having to babysit, you know, I think I know babysit children, and the kids weren't talking. They were 1 and 1.5. They weren't spoken. I realized that on top of them, they weren't doing enough communication and nothing. No, a child has to be spoken to, you know, for them to learn. Yes, so if we see that we realize now that children are taking knowledge and learn stuff that parents are supposed to teach them. If a baby is responding to a lot of parenting in that sense, based on that, for our teenagers responding to that.
Beautiful point, lovely, very strong point. I also want to segue on a point that you raised in terms of the watching of television. One way you can move in terms of parenting skills is that with my daughter, I don't believe in yes, I limit the type of content that she watches. But if I am watching something and it gets to the point that there's something that is inappropriate versus switching, I use it as a teachable moment. So if I come upon something that is highly inappropriate, I would first ask her what she felt about what she just watched. And then I would use that particular situation to say, you know, this is what, because at the end of the day, you have to remember that you cannot be there with them all the time, you know, and they are going to be exposed to things. Why you change it? So you have to take away the curiosity out of it too. Give them the information.
When we say each time we try to touch it, they don't touch it, but you don't say why. And again, they can't get it. Then they're going to practice it. But they know that they're not.
My coworker had that very experience.
Explain why.
Yes. You have a point?
No.
Please go ahead.
Oh, 5 minutes? 5 more minutes. Wrap up. All right. Any suggestions on utilizing technologies to improve parenting skills? I haven't heard anything from you.
We could just know there are some comments in the chat.
All right. So in the chat, we have communities cannot fix home. Might strengthen, but we must find a way to enhance the foundation. Parents are missing out on this informative and encouraging forum. Great interaction. It does take a village. How do we empower homes? The home is the most important, beautiful point. Institution, the family set the foundation for what to come. How do we work on our homes? All right. You find that parents now, you will hear them say, and I've heard our pastor make a point on that very same thing where they say, oh, I don't want my child to experience what I did. So you find nowadays parents are more so looking at varied ways to raise their children, and sometimes the ways that they're moving towards are not ways that have been explored, right? So they're charting territories and then they are creating issues
coming out of that. So you say, okay, I don't want the person to have any lack. So you give them everything. And then you find that the children grow up being ungrateful. So, yes. Entitlement, that too. So that too is a point in terms of parenting. We have to find that true balance. We have to look at what happened then, how it impacts now. So there are things that you can learn from the past that is valuable in present. And there are things that are happening in the present that we have to go learn how to deal with. We have to get acclimated to the environment and work through the issues and put forward solutions similar to what you're saying. How do we, going forward, deal with issues that will present itself based on what is happening in society now?
Solutions by using technology to improve parenting skills. The presenter touched on the fact that we have families. What about the families who don't want to interact with the children or they don't necessarily want to interact with them, but they're having so many difficulties. And then in terms of talking to people in society, regular play, we can have children who are behaving.
Leaders, please be wrapping up now. Get your reports ready so that when your number is called, in fact, we're just going to go in the order of 1, 2, 3. And so we're going to ask that someone from your group make a verbal presentation on what was discussed. And we're going to ask that you give us your notes so we can use it to help us as we plan further parenting conferences. So you have 2 minutes to wrap up and ask your representative to get ready to come and make his or her presentation.
To help them to identify what are some of the useful and more, current ways, modern things.
That's right. So the connection that you place with technology.
We can't resort to the means of taking away the have to find ways how to implement other families who are having the same challenge and how they will be able to together as a whole. That's my thank you for your what is the focus of it? We got to drive fitness, the type of feeling so that we can see that all time. It wasn't just something very fancy, right? Maybe that we understand that we are actually. Yes. Yeah, parents. Understand the reality. Sometimes you have to understand from my family or the parent would want to be explain that this one I have a piece of the right? And so then you have those right. So
thank you all for your valuable contribution. You have been so wonderful. All right, I think our time has been well spent. Can we come back together, please? We want to thank you for, I see, active listening and full participation for some group members in all the groups. So we want to say congrats to all of you who participated. Some persons only listened, that's fine. We all can be talkers. So we have some speakers, we have some listeners, and the important thing is that we are learning something from our small group discussion. Group one, their assignment was, let me read the question for you. Group one, how has the new technology advanced or diminished your ability to effectively parent your child?
What suggestions can you make for utilizing the technologies to improve your parenting skills? So at this time, I'm going to invite you to put your hands together and welcome the representative from Group 1. Come on, give representative from Group 1.
Hi, everyone. My name is Dan Haslam. I'm from the Mandeville Baptist Church. And we had a lot of points. So let me see if I can get to them one by one. We acknowledge that parenting is different today. It's more open to access parenting tools online, various different apps and developmental tools for parents. It's no longer limited. Technology is no longer limited to the physical spaces. It can be multidimensional, multifaceted, where parents live all over the world and can still interact from a distance with family members locally. Technology can be used to help in difficult situations, sharing of stories and learning. It is actually used to normalize the nuclear family, and it's beneficial in terms of limitations in communication. There are no more limits. Whether you're very fluent or not, you can still impart something to the persons within your family, your immediate family. It's not just centralized to mommies and daddies anymore, it's extended families as well. You can use applications as well to track children online and in person. You will be ready to access information and curtailing access online. So content that is not age appropriate for certain persons can be minimized. Peer pressure can be managed. Students, we said, are more exposed, and parents need to have a guide to transition the students in understanding exactly how different things would work online. Information sharing. You're not going to just be open to everything, all and sundry. You can actually, as a parent, manage what your children see online as well. It's used as a teaching tool for parents on how to use the devices and platforms. Some parents don't know how to use the devices, others do. So in circumstances where parents don't know how to use devices, then you may have platforms or support groups or forums that can help them to learn. There are some parents who may be afraid of technology because they really have never been exposed to its use. You can get that support group from forums as well to help in managing that. We also looked at setting boundaries because some students may have issues with learning and accessing certain information, and we want to ensure that the proper boundaries are set so that you understand what you're looking at online, the information that you're gathering from online resources, learning from others in terms of the use of technology, excess screen time, finding balance, setting boundaries in finding that balance, having open and honest conversations about online safety is also some of the areas that we looked at. In terms of Jamaica being a very big melting pot of different communities, you still have communities out there that don't have technology. And you have places where parents cannot access Wi-Fi service, parents can't access computers, or you may have limitations on electricity and stuff like that in terms of the use of it. So that can affect you. Education on what the devices can do for parents who don't know how to use devices. Using technology as a babysitter rather than actual parenting is a concern that came up. So we have to learn how to, again, create that balance. Using inappropriate content as a teaching tool rather than just cutting it off altogether. So those parents would put a child before the TV or before a tablet, rather than have the child cut off something if you see something that's inappropriate. You explain what it is and you use it as a teaching moment. It helps in building critical thinking skills. Separate and apart from that, what a young lady in the group actually devised and strategized the response by writing it out before she actually said anything, which is an effective way of learning how to communicate effectively. So technology helps in that regard. In terms of explaining the whys behind things, so you do not only say yes and no, but it gives you an opportunity to learn. So if you have a knowledge gap, you can expand your knowledge gap by sharing of information and going in depth and detail to find things out that you don't know. So for example, you have an autistic child. Autism is prevalent now, but before, we had limited information. Technology was used by parents to learn how to help their children with autism to deal with the day-to-day management of their care. In terms now of a solution, I said a mouthful there, didn't I? All right, in terms of a solution about what families can do to help to understand the use of technology, support forums such as this, so that parents who have like challenges can get together and discuss solutions for those like challenges. So in a situation where you may have parents who have households that have challenging children, behavioral issues, you want to get to a place of understanding. That's what the Bible says. In all thy getting, get understanding. So you use these support groups and support mechanism with persons with like issues to try to get change, to have an understanding around an issue before you start to point fingers and generalize and make assumptions. And that is pretty much what we have covered. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Group 1, the group leader and group representative. I hope you now want all those pieces of paper. Miss, all those pieces of paper, I want all of them, okay? We're going to get the paper. All right, thank you so very much, Group 1. Group 2, you had, let me read the question. It says, using the text from Proverbs 29, verse 17, or Hebrews 12, verse 11, reflect on the extent to which these passages have guided your parenting style. What would you do differently? And having reflected on it, what would you do differently now, having reflected on your parenting journey? So now I'm going to be calling on the representative from Group 2, the student from York Castle High. Put your hands together and welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. So when we started to discuss, 2 Bible verses were presented. So first, Proverbs 29, verse 17. Discipline your son, and he will give you rest. He will give delight to your heart. And the second Bible verse is Hebrews 12, verse 11. For the moment, all discipline seems painful rather than pleasant, but later it yields the peaceful fruit of righteousness to those who have been trained by it. So when we started discussing, these 2 Bible verses spoke about discipline and peace. So in the group discussion, they were saying that there are different parenting styles as grandparents, because they realize that scolding a child, it's not effective and it can damage that child's emotional well-being. So, and taking away the gadgets, and another point was to understand your child. So as I said before, different parenting style might not work for child A, and it might not work for child B, right? So also, you should treat them with respect. We always hear about treat adults with respect, treat your elders with respect. But also as children, we want respect. We want to see what respect feels like so we can give it to you, right? We need to see what it is like. So we deserve respect also. Another thing is communication. Get them to understand, hold on. All right, so communication. Have deep conversation with your child or children so they can understand. And also when you take away the gadget, they might ask why. They're curious. Get them to understand why doing it this way is the right way. They're always curious. Children are curious and they're going to ask why. We don't mean it as being disrespectful. We're just curious, all right? And then the perspective of the child is understand what is wrong and why they are doing it. As I said, make them understand what is wrong with what they're doing, give them your perspective on the matter. Another pointer is corporal punishment might not be effective. As I said before, it instills fear into the child. Yes, it instills fear, but it might also damage their emotional well-being, right? And parent, as I said before, parents should understand their children, different discipline styles might not work for some students, and sameness and fairness are not the same thing. So discipline styles should be appropriate to that child, right? So a student can come to school and say, oh, me come to get expelled. A teacher might say, okay, go to the principal office, but that's what they want, right? They don't want to stay in class. They want to go principal office to give all manner of trouble, right? So you have to know the child so you know what punishment to give them, right? And I said before, mitigate the corporal punishment because it affects their well-being, and parents should try to create a deep conversational bond with their child. And that's basically everything that we discussed in group 2. Thank you.
You several student from York Castle High, and that's group 2. Thanks a lot. We're moving on. We're coming to the end. And the question for group 3, the final group and the final question is, the village as we know it is changing. We each have a responsibility to create the village we want. How can you and your family help to create a healthy, nurturing, and caring village? And at this point, I'm going to be asking the Westwood High student if she would come representing group 3.
All right, good morning, everyone. All right, our question, as stated before, the village as we know it is changing, which we each have a responsibility to create the village we want for our children. How can you and your family create a healthy, caring village? All right, some of the changes that we would have identified in the group are that there's more violence within the villages. There's no unity, selfishness and greed. There's a lack of respect in the villages, and our moral values are no longer the same. Some of our solutions, as in how can we create the healthy, caring village, we stated that there could be a community center where families can meet and collaborate, you know, talk about their problems, their difficulties, and come up with solutions. We also stated that we need to educate the families and parents, children overall. They need to be educated on matters of how, you know, how things should be done within the family, within the home. And leaders should set better examples for our children. We need role models for our children to follow, persons that they can look up to and say, oh, I want to be like this person, you know? And as well, we need to place more emphasis on the parents of the upper classes instead of just the lower classes. You know, we notice as a group that lower class parents tend to be stereotyped. And you know, that's where more violence and crime takes place, which is true, you know, the majority, but at the same time, children of the upper classes, they also engage in crime and violence and, you know. And also we said that children should be more exposed to the lives of their parents when they were a child. You know, storytelling, tell them your upbringing, you know, it wasn't always this easy, so that they can have a better understanding as, you know, what they're going through. It could be similar as to what you were going through as a child. And each individual should be responsible for their actions. Hold yourselves accountable. The change that we want to see in our community starts with you as the individual. What is the role that you play as an individual? Are you following all the rules of the community? Are you setting a good example for the youth of the community? Everything starts with you as a person. And this safety and protection of our children. How safe does your child feel around persons that you entrust your child's life with? Do you see that they're uncomfortable with their uncle or with your family friend? You know, you should question your children and ask them if they feel safe around these people. And there should be more trust and openness between parents and children. You know, there's a lot of children nowadays, they go to school, they don't even know what their parents do for work. They don't know where they go when they leave the home. They leave early in the morning, they come back late at night. They don't know their parents' lives. simply having family time, talking to your children. You can tell them what happened at work today, and you can actually carry them to work if that's allowed, of course, just so they can see what you do. And priority. Parents should prioritize their children and their needs. Instead of spending money on things that are unnecessary or things for yourself, you can prioritize you need to prioritize your children's needs, and you can prioritize their wants as well. You can treat them sometimes, when they get a good grade in school, you can give them something so that they can feel good and have the drive to continue to do well while they're in school. And right, this is an addition to my first points about storytelling, saying that parents need to share their own life experiences and struggles with their children so they have a better understanding of where they're coming from and what it took them to get there. And, just let them know that nothing good comes easy. It takes work and it takes sacrifice to get what you want in life. And we also said discipline. When we're disciplining our children, and the speaker before this would have touched on these points, you need to tell them why you're disciplining them. You can't just punish them without telling them why you're doing so. There tends to be a lot of resentment from your child when you do that. So you need to explain to them why you're punishing them so they can have a better understanding. And whatever they would have done to get this punishment, they won't do it again because they understand that it is wrong and, there's consequences to what they're doing. And that is really in a nutshell, what we have discussed in our group. I hope that you'd have learned something from us, and thank you.
Thank you very much. We heard so many important pointers and tips just from this group session that really, it's a pity that more parents are not here to benefit from all of this information. So ladies and gentlemen, groups 1, 2, and 3, thank you so very much for participating in this our breakout group session. And I know we enjoyed not only interacting, but also learning and listening to the others as they shared what was discussed in the group. I hope that when we leave here, we can reflect on some of what was discussed so that we will be better able to interact with our children, and as parents with our children, and children with our parents with the children, and children with the parents. I'm coming around to collect the written reports. Oh, sister has it already. So at this time, it is my pleasure to hand over to Reverend Harding. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Jennifer Dixon Malcolm. We did have some comments in the chat. They seem to have disappeared, but we are grateful to the persons who participated online as they were able to take in what was happening in, is it group 1 over there? That was group 1? Right, so I think they were mostly involved with group 1. No, we just want to have a final word. Now, having listened to all of that, I think it's important. We are really grateful to all the participants, all the participation and the level and quality of the inputs that we've had so far today, since this morning into early afternoon. Okay, we just want to have a final statement. What is it that we now need to do leaving here? Having listened, Mr. Wright, Ms. Stewart, Ms. Carr, what is it that you are sensing that we should do? How should we do what we should do? And what is it that your agency perhaps, how can we be helped to make the theme become more of a reality? Is it just that we should reject what is happening in the village? Let's get a final statement from the panelists. And while they're making their final statements, the organizing team is providing an evaluation form. So please, if you are able to, just hold on to the forms, but please just give a listening ear to the panelists as they bring things together and give us some of their perspectives. Having started having listened and now, sending us forth, so to speak. Beginning first with Miss Stewart, and then we'll come across to Miss Carr, and then Mr. Wright.
All right.
Yeah, okay.
So it was a most interesting conversation. I am very pleased with the response from the children because they are so brave and so confident about what they know that they need. I was looking at the faces of the adults as we watched our children, and we are so pleased too with the feedback from them. And it goes to show that as a village, we kind of want the same thing for our children, and that's the message that has to go out. So I'm a teacher by birth, and so I am going to leave an acronym, right? The village. So what do we need? We need to be vigilant, all of us, as members of this village. So we have to pay attention. You see that investigative nature that we have as Jamaicans, we have to intensify that. That want to know spirit that we have as Jamaicans in our village. We have to set that up. Be at a place where we want to know what's happening. And then the L, we have to get back to real, true love. The first L, real, true love. When you love unconditionally, you operate in a different way. When you love unconditionally, it extends beyond just your flesh and blood and goes on to anybody else in your space. You want to see the best outcomes for all of them. The second L, we have to be loyal. We have to be loyal to our village and our villagers. We have to say, listen, what I want for me is what I want for you, and I'm going to make sure that I stand next to you so that you become the best version of yourself. A, action. All of this talking here is not going to go anywhere if we go through that door and each walk into our different spaces and forget about this lovely event. We have to take action. Now, action is going to be on my part as an individual. Action is going to be on our part as a church. Action is going to be on the CPFSA as a social agency. All of us have to take our action. G, and we're ending, growth. The growth and development of our children has to be paramount. And we have to be committed to do whatever we have to do in our little space. Take away the thinking that you want to change the whole village, because just change the village where you're at. Worry about the spot that you're at. And if each of us worry about our spot, what happens to the village? And then finally, we have to be the example. Don't look around at what everybody else is not doing. You be the example so that when they look at you, whether it be your own child, whether it be a colleague, whether it be somebody who is just paying attention because we are all sitting up here as panelists, or somebody else who is paying attention for another reason, be the example. So that when somebody interfaces with you and leaves, you empower them to become the best version of themselves. Even if you're trying to correct somebody, do it with love so that they know that the only reason why you have paused to speak to me is because you want me to be the best version of myself, and it comes off differently. So that for me is the village, and that is what needs to happen moving forward. Thank you all so much.
Thank you so much. And thank you for the quality participation that we just saw. There is really no behavior change that's going to take place without self-reflecting. And each person here, I would encourage you to do some introspection, begin with self. What's my stake in this village, and what can I reasonably do to change? And perhaps that change starts with something that you are doing that needs to be scaled up, or something that you're doing that you need to stop. And having done that, then recognize that there are persons in the village who you can work with to ensure that we begin to see the changes we want. I want to speak to the, who we call at the commission, the prospective parents, the young people who are here. Take the information and start planning for your own lives, because at some point you too will become parents. And in the same way you're busy now as high schoolers planning for your careers, you're already dreaming about the house you want and the car you want. Begin to dream about the kind of family you want. What are some of the values that you're going to use as you're growing up to guide your own children? And it's not too long. Many of you are, yes, you're teenagers, mid and so on. It's not too long from now that you will have to be contemplating families as you finish university and so on. And you want to start thinking from now about the kind of family, start envisioning, what kind of children do I want to rear? What are the values I want to carry forward? What am I learning? What are the things I want to do differently? And with that, intentional actions will come. And perhaps we will begin to see why the changes. You know, behavior change is a cycle. And it takes a while because human beings are creatures of habit, and it's easier to go back to the familiar. But if we remain present, if we continue the conversations, and if we commit and we're intentional about it, then we will see the changes gradually and on a consistent basis. So those are my final words.
Thank you very much. I just come in from two perspectives. One, just looking at what had happened in the discussions and how, people spoke. And I'm always happy that I never come to these fora with any notion that I'm an expert, because I learned so much just listening to the perspectives of the groups just talking. And I think it is what we are, the village is enriched by the diversity of views. And one of the things that we have to do is, the first thing we have to do to make the village more habitable is to listen to each other. It is not about power or age. It is about what's best for all of us. And sometimes it doesn't come from the principal in the school or the parent in the house. But if there's humility in listening and hearing and acting upon what we hear, it's a difference. Many of your students will know that when you're principal, you have so many ideas about how school should run, but we don't listen to you, right? I know that, and so many things could change. And the one thing sometimes that we listen to you on is what maybe is that leveraging idea that transforms so many things in the school. So that's one of the things that we have got to just be listening respectfully and really give an attending here to each other. And the final thing is, you might have heard in the introduction, I spoke to my being very concerned about or talking about social justice. I remember one time doing something at Mike and I spoke about a pedagogy of values. Right now in Jamaica, we are doing two things that can help to transform the village. And if all of us get involved in a serious way and are sincere about it, things can happen. One is a transformation of education coming out in the Patterson report. And two is a transformation of our constitution, or the revision of our all on the Patterson report, right? The revision of our constitution. We have got to be sufficiently interested in those things that have the potential to really make this place different and contribute to shaping it. Education is a big thing, and I maybe can speak more to that because I'm involved in it. The truth is that we have got to understand that transforming the space of the village begins in the cradle, and how a child evolves coming up through education. There are some things about society now that we might lament about, and might sound as if I was lamenting. I was just pointing out some realities that we might lament about that will be changed by all the institutions we have in society, church, music, every single thing, schools, focusing on helping people to spend more time developing things like love, care, honesty, justice, fairness. Listen to me. The money and the material, as I heard my colleagues say, always there. them not difficult because they are kind of superficial. They're on the surface and we love them. And they do wonderful things for the world. But the truth is that you find that you have all of those things. And the child who is wealthy will be involved in drugs because the child's soul not all right. Right? The child who is poor will be happy because the child's soul is okay. And so we just have got to pay more attention to our souls. Got to pay more attention to our souls. In the school, we have got to do that. And I speak about the soul, it's not just religion. It's about those spiritual things. Think of the fruit of the spirit. Right? And the many things that are involved in it. Love, peace, all of those things are what we want. Our education system must be about those things. Our music must be about those things. You know, when we take care of them in the social services, those things are the things that have got to drive us. And all I'm saying is that in action, as he says, we have got to just ensure that these difficult things are the focus and they become the steering to the powerful engines of economics and materialism and all those things. That's just my final thing, and thank you. All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So you must be vigilant, you're saying, with Mr. Watt, but you must not be vigilante. All right. Okay. Wow. Amazing. Amazing. What amazing stuff that we can have when we meet like this. I want us though to just stop a little bit and listen and watch this particular item as we are now coming to an end. Where we have something for you and we want you just to listen and watch it. Go ahead. Yeah. Start that would mention that and do that as we try to do the epilogue for you. Listen, we live in a society that is heterogeneous. You know what that means, Madam Yorkcastle? I know we live in an heterogeneous society. We are not all the same. It's not homogeneous. Homogeneous, same. Homosexual, right? So our heterogeneity is something that can breed selfishness and a sense of disquiet, distress, and destruction. But what we are doing here, what we have done today, is that we are saying that we want to be part of the change, right? And we are resolving to leave in here to continue the change, continue being the change. It has to start small. And again, I mean, we're not the only ones doing it. We have to understand that we're not the only ones doing it. We are doing it today. We are doing this today, but it is all part of a process, a continuation. People have been thinking, working, assimilating, praying, doing all kinds of things for change. Change takes a long time too. But we have to stick with it. Reasonable? We have to stick with it. We have to just stick with it and be encouraged. And this is an encouraging point. We have stopped on the road of change and we have encouraged. And so we want to just thank all our panelists for doing what they did, for highlighting some signposts on the journey of change and for encouraging us to continue being the change that we want to see happen. There's a little thing I want to mention. There's a little thing, not a little, a big thing. going on in the Middle East. And there are many persons here in Jamaica. We are viewing what is happening in the Middle East with lens that are very different. Again, variated lenses, different lenses. Some of us are viewing it strictly from religious standpoint. And we say that that Israel is, and because Israel is in the Bible that we read and so forth. But I think that part of what we need to do, as we have been encouraged to do, is to step back. Step back and do not be prejudiced. Step back and try and think about people's suffering. Whether they are Israelis or Palestinians, people are suffering. Let us step back and just think about our own country. People are suffering, but we must be the change. And we are part of the change process. Because we have made mistakes, and we are making mistakes. But thank God, we have the processes of confessing and admitting and starting again. Many persons do not do that. But we want to encourage that process. And that's what we are doing here today. So I just really want to encourage us to be the change wherever we are. All right, we will continue the process. You will get information about what we have done, but we just want to encourage you to continue being the change that you have always been. Right? It's not easy. I tell my students when I was in the system that look, you are the ones for whom I'm preparing the road for tomorrow. So when you see me tomorrow, please help me. So I have to be good to you today. No, this is kind of, we call it enlightened self-interest. I have to make certain that I look after you today because I want to protect myself tomorrow. No, that's a kind of philosophical approach that many persons use. But that's part of it too. When parents, we invest in our students now, when we invest in our children now, they take care of us later on. Right? They really do make investments. Right? So go back to your thing about part of the thing. I was looking at it. Investigate. We must invest in people's lives and so forth. All right, listen. We are grateful for what you have done today. So let me just read the acknowledgements, and then we will close with a benediction, a short prayer and a benediction. The JBU and the Education Commission wishes to acknowledge the presence of all the participants online and in the audience. You. The JBU Education Commission also recognizes and values the goodwill and effort of all those who have made this parenting forum possible today. In particular, we wish to acknowledge our presenters for making time to be with us today. Ms. Casey Carr, Mr. Linvern Wright, and Ms. Carlin Stewart. Thank you very much. Please accept our gratitude for your contributions today. But even more so, for the work and contributions that you continue to make to national development every day. We thank you. Big up, big up, big up. For our parents, for recognizing the importance of your parenting job, which is intimately affected by the existing village. We trust, however, that you have been alerted to the fact that we have the power to reshape the village in the interest of the health and security of our children. We thank the churches and schools which recognize the importance of this forum and responded by participating, and on whom we depend to spread the information to others in your setting. Thank you very much, schools. Thanks for coming. Thanks for sharing. Without you, we would not have had that necessary balance to this parent forum. Boy, it takes a family to make it happen. Children and parents. Without parents, no children. Without children, the parents are ineffective. So thank you very much. Thanks. We also thank the agencies which took time out to set up displays for our benefit. We have not talked about them, but I'm plugging for them now. Please, after we're through, they're upstairs. Please go and see what they're offering. The agencies representatives are upstairs, ready to interact with you afterwards. They have information beneficial to you as you carry out your parenting responsibilities. We wish to acknowledge the Child and Family Protection Agency, which is where Miss Stewart hails from, the NIS and PATH, Monique College, RADA, National Health Fund, and then we thank Tradewinds Citrus for fruit drink that we will enjoy afterwards. Put your hands together for the sponsors and those persons who did both. And our student rep, who participated courageously indeed, in an overwhelming audience. We specially recognize Miss Nyla Phipps of grade 5 from the Liberty Prep from Tower Isle. Boy, that was a powerful statement. And a little child shall indeed lead them. And she did lead us in a wonderful way. So, thanks to everyone. Thanks to the schools and everyone. The group leaders who demonstrated their expertise in group facilitation, thereby assisting us to explore and record the many ideas shared. We thank the technical support group led by Mr. Sheldon O'Connor and his team, on whom we depended to remain audible and visible throughout, and to facilitate those persons who came on from the online scope. Thank you very, very much. And finally, our debt of gratitude to the Ocho Baptist Church, Pastor Reverend Jonathan Hemmings, the admin staff, the catering department of the Ocho Church, for their invaluable contribution that you have made to the execution of this forum. We wish to mention Ms. Arlene Henry, particularly for her advice, her readiness to help, to find solutions, and to help generally. To the Secretariat of the JBU for facilitating the process from inception to completion. Thank you very much. Please convey that to them, Mr. Sheldon. And then the hardworking and committed and indefatigable planning committee. Congratulations. Blessings. Thanks a lot. Maybe all stand, please. Maybe all stand. I think that we have refreshments for you. Refreshments are going to be served in the adjoining.
In the annex,
right. In the annex beside us. So we can have enough time now to relax, let our hair down some more, to talk some more over a drink or two. Real kind of drink. Good drink. Let's pray. Lord, we acknowledge with deepest gratitude your calling to us to be active participants in the villages that we are a part of. We do not take for granted our roles as parents, as students, as administrators, as experts, or whatever field of endeavor that you have placed us in. We acknowledge this, and we thank you for having called us, for having blessed us, and for having given us the challenge to continue being the change. We thank you for the example that your Son, Jesus Christ, left for us. We thank you for the beatitudes that he demonstrated, the way how he lived his life, and how we are now being asked in the 21st century to pattern our lives after how he lived his life. Be with us, Lord. Be with us. We go from this place of interaction, of reflection, of discussion, to go in the wider world of heterogeneity right across this country, Jamaica land we love. We love it, Lord. We love it. And we want to love it even more. But so many things cause us to become so fearful, annoyed, disappointed, angry, upset. Still, the storm in our lives, oh God. And give us your spirit to drive the change that must take place so that Jamaica will become the place to live and to make families and to be and to become the best that we can ever become. We do so, Lord, acknowledging your goodness, and we say thanks in Jesus' name. Amen. The blessings of God Almighty, who is Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, rest, remain, and abide with all of us today, tomorrow, and in the days ahead, for his name's sake. Amen. God bless you. Thanks again. And we repair to the annex as we share in refreshments. God bless you. Thank you. Please complete the evaluation forms. You can take them to me when you're through. Please complete them, and you can, or there are members of the committee, planning committee, who can just give it to you, but the evaluations are important.
You can never take my faith in the Lord. You can take away my life, whatever it may be, but you can't take my life. You can take away my home, take away my car, but you can never take my faith in the Lord. You can take away my life, whatever it may be, but you can't take my life.